Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, folks. How is everyone? Hey, Greenbeard. Hey, Aetherling. Hey, Raj. Hey, Joey. Steve. Hey. Okay. Am I back? Am I back? I think so. There we are. Reboot to the rescue. Let me get everything. I've got to get all the stuff back into place. Looks like chat overlay is working. Let's get music going. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, Rod and James and Jim Barino and Neil. Hey, Bill and Delvin and Raj. Hey, Steve and Tin and Andrew. Derek and Joey. Hey, Collie. Hey, Tohos. Let's see here. We should get music going here. Yep, there we go. Ah, boy. Hey, Phelps. Hey, another CG. Dr. Dave. Okay, that's only a few minutes. Only a few minutes. Not as bad as it could have been. Ah. Hey, Bloody. Let me get things set later. Hey, Benny. Hey, Mark. How are folks? Okay, let's do some searching here. I have all the tabs set up before stream. Now I gotta fix it all. We can do that. Hey, DMAX. And Kevin R. I said hi to most of you. You just didn't hear me. Let's see here. Almost there. Let's see. What was the other one? Gmail. So yes, I finally got around to building a Lazy Susan. At least the first iteration of such. This is going to be so freaking nice. Hey, Thomas. No, don't tell me this isn't working again. No, excellent condition. Okay. Okay. Hey, Thunder Keys. So yeah, this is raw, cut on the cut on my Shapeoko. I'm undecided on what I'm gonna do for the finish. I still have some of the Formica, black Formica that I might put on top as a durable, nice surface, or I might polyurethane coat it like the rest of everything. Undecided. So I thought about that, Neil. I had very serious thoughts when I redo this workbench of making the top 2 layers and insetting this into the workbench, but there is no way of keeping crap out of that seam. Hey, Skyrim. If you already have the Formica, I'd go that route. Yeah. Yeah, I have extra, and I believe, I'm hoping, I expect it to be wide enough. I got a little bit of itchy eye, excuse me. Gyroscopes are the thing. Okay, so let's get caught up. So we are going to continue on the TriMax build here. For anybody that's new, that's a in my implementation, it's a 2-tool tool changer, one on either side, but you could have docks that hang down from a bar, you can do a crossbar, you can do all kinds of fun stuff. One of the nice things about the TriMax setup is it only requires movement in X and Y for docking and undocking. So no Z moves required, which makes it pretty suited for a Trident. Catch tray for the ring. It's magnetic. There's always a way. The factor is how difficult, expensive it might be. Yeah, and I'm still deciding if I'm going to want or need some sort of lock to keep it from rotating all the time. But for right now, there's enough effort needed to turn it that we'll see how it goes. Brand new. So, we have no cats yet. On it. Maybe we'll get that seam less than a hair's width. Didn't mirror one of the wristwatches or the trigger's OCD. Yeah, nah, it's fine. Here, let's see. This is what I did. So this is the second tool head, and I feel like this one turned out at least as clean as the first. So this one has not had the umbilical attached or anything yet, but I put the dock screws on the side. Let's go out a bit. There we go. So that turned out pretty well. That sits right there. Or other one here. We'll leave that there. Hey, Chris. Remember to hit the like. Yes, please. Please. We have 1, 2, 3 current viewers. Perfect. Okay, let me make sure I'm not going to knock anything over. I did choose the size of this and round, so I'm not knocking anything around my workbench when I spin it. And then, oh, and I'm not live in my preview. There we go. And very nice that the 350 by 250 deep TriMax is to the corners of this. So is a 300 typical Trident or V2. So this fits perfectly, basically a 300 build and smaller and TriMax. So it's 650 millimeters in diameter is what I made the platform. Hey, Kenai. Hey, Boydie. I see 60 likes now, Joey. Thank you. Just the ability to remove the tool head for maintenance is worthy of the mod. Yeah. Hey, questionable choices. Did this printer used to be a Tridex or is it just same color frame? It used to be Tridex, yes. We are rebuilding. The first stream was bye-bye Tridex, hello TriMax. What's the goal for today? The goal for today is get the dock set up. So the last parts, a slight revision to the parts, are 91% complete on the printer over here. Hey, Rushmere. Hanging out with Killer Prince and Lee Marie, Armor, and Ref. Awesome. I meant to go and hang out in there before stream, but I got sidetracked with realizing I needed to make some last second revisions to the docks that I designed. So, speaking of which, let's go here. Okay. That Lazy Susan is going to be absolutely fantastic. So let's talk about the docks, because that's where we're at. Tool heads are built. Let's get this in about there. Maybe right about, yeah, that'll work. Okay, so tool heads are built. Docks are on either side. 2 tools is perfect for me for this build. We will be doing a stealth changer in the next build series starting in probably early December. Which will be 5 tools. So I'm gonna have some options in tool changing. It's gonna be fantastic. Congratulations, questionable choices. Want a baby built printer, which I'd love to have, but I can buy one, so I donated it back to the kids. Awesome. Bearded printers, thank you for the gifted memberships. Bill, thank you for the gifted memberships. So now the idea is this tool head will sit over here. this dock here we were messing with last stream as a, let me get that out of the way because that's a test part. This is the dock, one of the mods, multitude of docks that are available out there. This was kind of test fitting last stream to figure out how this whole system works, where things go. This informed my decisions on how I wanted to build my own docks. Lol, thanks for being a member. 42 months, perfect. I missed it on previous streams. What was your TLDR on the A4T toolhead assembly? It's fine, it's a good toolhead. The only thing I would say is it is wide. So it's not the ideal toolhead for this printer. If I was going back and doing things again, I would probably incorporate working and building an A4T into a revision on my gray Trident to show it off. And then I'd probably go in the direction of like a ant head or maybe Yavoth. I haven't done Yavoth yet, so I might have chosen Yavoth. But the one of the nice things about the A4T is it's a very simple assembly. The lower part of the toolhead is basically one piece. I mean, there's a little fan shroud in there, and it's really well modeled with modeled in supports. Oh yeah, there's Oscar. Oh, I need to tell you guys a story about Oscar. Oscar, so the other night, I'm sitting here, I come into the workshop, I'm gonna work on something. I had my bowl of grapes. They were crunchy, they were delicious. Bring them in, I set them down, I put my headphones on, and I connect into voice chat on a Discord server, and I was gonna chat, and as soon as I turned it on and connected, Oscar comes in and tries to jump up onto my workbench. It's a mess. So he has nowhere to land, so he freaks out, throws my grapes across the floor, slips, and catches one claw in the middle of that finger, deep as can be. I'm yelling out. I have just connected on Discord and I've not said a thing except for screaming and yelling and wondering what the hell is going on. And everyone on the other end is wondering what's going on. It was awful. It was funny. It was funny after the fact. But this poor guy went and hid for who knows how long. Probably scared him more than me. But yeah, that bled for a while. His claw probably, I mean, his entire weight was being supported by one claw into my finger. Hey Ella. Hey Iconic Fab. Keen to see how Mad Max works with high excels. Does it fling off? You know, one of these streams, I had grabbed the carriage itself and moved this thing around like, I can move this like crazy. And it doesn't shift. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. Anyway, where were we? Where were we? Okay, so anyway, we assembled one of the available docks that's out there. This is a recommended dock. It will work just fine. There's no problems with this. These Vitali CNC gantry that I put on here, there's mounting holes all over them for little appearance, like little accent pieces you can screw to them. And I realized that I could use those as the basis of an alternate dock mount. Plus I have this USB cable that, if you see the camera up here, USB cable comes down through here, and I'd have to run this around, maybe notch this out, and it would be fine. But I also kind of wanted to design my own dock. So I think these, yep, there we go. So this is one side, and it's going to utilize, and this is a the next revision of this is printing right now, but, and the other one's probably about to find its way to the floor if Oscar has anything to say about it. But the idea is that this bolts to the top of that idler, and then these screw in from this side. And there's a little bit of adjustment here, and then there's a pin here and here. There's one of these that goes here, and one of these that goes like this. And if you can imagine, the idler's in between there. Aetherling, thanks for being a member. V8 Rick, welcome. Be good to see the input shaper. Should be able to see if there is any movement. For sure. Hey, Shago Fun. So anyway, I'm excited to see how this is going to work. There has been a few revisions here. One of the big things is the lead screw here at the top gets in the way. So there's a significant cutout there to avoid that. But this one goes on this side. With these, I gain about 4 millimeters of X travel. If it wasn't for the lead screw, I could gain like 10 plus. So, Maurice, thanks for being a member. So anyway, the goal here today is we're going to install these, and we're going to be working on getting the umbilicals ran, work on some of the electronics. So to that end, I modeled these, the amount for the EBB36 Gen 2 USB adapter. So did that. That just goes on to a DIN clip. And since this is nice and square, we have options on how we orient these. Andres, thanks for being a member. Another perfect number. So yeah, that will work. What else? We are at 98% complete on that print. So as soon as that's done, we'll be able to get on here and figure out before we go too far, because I know I'm going to be turning this printer over. I have the Mandela bed here, and I have more than once forgotten to secure the bed, so I just put a clamp there, and that means I can turn this thing over, do whatever, and it's not going to fall off. So Martin, welcome. So let's see, that print is almost done. Great hack for not dropping the bed. Yeah, that's the one thing the biggest issue I have with these is there's no retention. 99% of the time it's not a problem. But when you forget and you want to work on the printer, it's not fun. Let's see. Okay, let's work on a little bit of umbilical routing, because my plan is to run this one. There. Hey, Jack. Oh, that just finished. So run this one over here. Hopefully I can get this to go down through the hole in the deck, but this is going to go down through here and come around and follow the rest of this stuff. I'm probably going to need to get more little wire clips, and then the other one's going to go down through this hole in the drive. So that just finished. Let me grab this off the printer. Hopefully print turned out well. If it didn't, I don't know what we're going to do. It appears, first glance, to have turned out well. So let me set this down and let it cool off. accelerated cooling out of the printer. Hey, Death Cube. I was wondering if you can do similar cable management as the IDEX 22 twin cable chain. Potentially. Does it use like twin horizontal cable chains? I haven't actually looked at the IDEX 22 closely. You done yet? This is getting close. There we go, and there we go. Okay. All those surfaces are down, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Oop. And so here we are. And what'll happen is there are certain ones of these. Which one? How does this go? Okay, so that is gonna go right there. And then this is gonna go right below. And these are mirrors of each other. So it's 2 of each for both sides, to complete the 2 docks. So a bit different, but could work. Both mount to the rear center of the frame. Hey, Holtz. Hey, Evie. Hey, the Ranch Kid. Did I say that before? Hey, Kurofox. Okay. Webminow. Hi from France. Okay, so that's going to go there. And then our dock, which one? This goes like that. So that's our dock now. As it attaches there. I'm pretty pleased with that. That's looking pretty fantastic. So let's see how this goes. I always pet the cat. The cat gets all the pets. If the cat got all the pets that he wanted, then we wouldn't get any build done. Okay, so I did design this piece with square nut pockets. I favor heat set inserts, but for the tool dock, I didn't want the heat sets on this side and a pull out. And then I didn't want to see them from this side. It'd be hidden over here, but I didn't want to see it from this side and a pull through. So I had enough material here, plenty of material to do a strong embedded square nut. It's square nut, not hex nuts. If we're gonna do this, it's gotta be square nuts. Oops, let's see. We got a Felix in here. He's just not up here. Those go there. And I need a couple of, where did those go? I think it's 20 millimeter. What's up, buddy? 20 millimeter M3s. What's your reason for preferring heat sets? It's just easier to model, and there's, even with the square nut, if things aren't done well or over time, there is a higher chance of it rotating in there. So since gravity is not in my favor on those square nuts, I hope they stay in place. But this is gonna go on here and should straight down there. Gravity is not in my favor on this top one. Then what are these? Button head and 3x20. Sure, we got the 20s, yep. So then this is one of the things I had to revise, is the spacing on this was off. So that seems to have worked. Hey Neil, your Micron working well now. I did have a little bit more problems with the QGL, so I don't think my problem is completely solved. But it's at a point where before it wasn't completing basically ever, and now it seems to be doing better. Okay, so that goes down, and then we need 2 more. So what I did here for these, for some adjustment, is the back hole there, come on, is round, and then the one in front is a slot. It's a little slot. So I don't know that the micron is perfect yet, but that I think should be able to do some prints on it. I just need to have some time to get some to work on it, to tune. I did up it to 0.01 instead of 0.0075. I did up the QGL tolerance. Okay, so these, I'm not really gonna tighten these all the way because I need everything to be nice and square. So, and this front plate is gonna help us get there. So now the front plate goes on here. And I think that's okay. Barely. It might need another revision, but, and then these little nubs here have matching nubs here to try to keep this square in this direction. That's not the greatest view you guys are getting. I should be working on this side. That'd be a whole lot easier for you to see, but trap nut spinning in place. That's why I use square nuts. Okay, so these need washers because these mounting holes, there's 4 mounting holes that are, there's 2 millimeters of total travel. 3 millimeters. 3 millimeters or 2? Might be 2. I don't know if I did 1 millimeter in each direction. Yeah, 0 and then plus and minus 1 millimeter. I do need to put some magnets in here though. Get my N52 magnets out. Hey David. Oh, there we are. We got a Felix. So what we're gonna do, because I think I've started the trend of early treats, is we're gonna do treats real quick. Just because Felix is here and I want Felix to know that this is a treat spot. Oscar knows what's up. Felix is not as treat motivated as this guy. This guy is very treat motivated. Here you go. Want some? Oscar is like, my treats. Do I have a favorite extruder? Not really. I think in terms of what I've been using, my preference has leaned towards Galileo 2. I like Galileo 2. They both get some. Hey, Brian. Hey, Alex. 2 cats now. Yep. Hey, yeah, that's not a chew. It's a gotta share. You're not gonna get any more by chewing it. Want some more, Felix? Felix. He's losing interest. Oh, nope, it's back. Oh. There you go. Okay. Hey, Tuxedo. Here, you can finish this off because you're a little monster. It's all gone. Make it just a tiny bit more. There you go. All done. Let me throw this away over here so they can't get to it. Okay. Are you guys good? Is it time for a nap? Yeah, Brian Murphy, YouTube changed that, so it doesn't like nicknames anymore or display names. Yeah. He uses every single bit of that single brain cell. Okay, magnets. Okay, so I'm putting a flathead screw on there because it kind of helps when pushing this in there with my Knipex. Let's see. Nope. Like that. And we need to go. Nope, this isn't treats. No more treats. There we go. Put that in. It's just to the end. Yeah, I don't want to push it beyond. It's almost forming a thought. Yeah, no kidding. There's no orientation on these. They just need to go in somewhat straight. There we go. Just kind of watching from both sides to make sure it's going in right. Hey, Rudy. How far that actually goes. I think that's it. Reasoning for running Galileo standalone instead of extruder. What do you mean? This is actually wristwatch G2. But there isn't a, like the Stealth Burner version isn't available for this. So this is, it would either be standalone or a wristwatch. And this is the, I don't know why I chose this. Honestly, I don't know what the real difference is. come on. There we go. Make sure these are going in as straight as possible. Okay, so those are all in there. No, that was a super quick, not really a glimpse. Here we go. Come on. There we go. Magnets are in there. So now we can take some washers. The Orbiter 2 a lot. Orbiter 2 is fine. We'll be using Orbiter 2s on the Stealth Changer build. Okay, so I size these to use a washer in there. This will go in here and tighten down. What is TriMax? So this is a Trident, and it is a Mad Max tool changer, and I think I lost the nut on this one. So this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a real, well, it's not really going to be a problem, because here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this a little different. Yeah, I lost the nut on there. So instead of putting that up there, we're going to put it here first. So we're going to make sure that that's pushed in. For the lower one, we can put in on first, but the upper one, we're going to install it on here first. And that'll be fine. Bob, welcome. Okay. The nut kept sliding out of the way. There we go. Okay. Say something about the dimple there, Holtz. Okay, there we go. So now with this here, this will slide up and down just a little bit for some adjustment. Hi, Renee. Can you get that frame from LDO? Not anymore. So this was originally my very first LDO parts Trident build. Right after we released the Trident, the first YouTube stream I did was building this printer as a 250 Trident, 250 build Trident. And then a couple years later, I rebuilt it as an IDEX Trident using Eddie the Engineer's IDEX setup. And now we are rebuilding it again. But at the time, LDO did offer a orange frame, and this is it. Okay, so that's there, that's there. Need a couple of these to put up on top. The back one goes in first because it is the locating one. Front one will go in. That same frame, but in 350. They still had that color. Yeah, no kidding. So then just kind of make sure everything is settled here. Put these in to make sure everything is where it needs to be. And then we'll adjust it later, but then we tighten these down. So I wanted to show one of the user mod or the default docs, but I also wanted to do my own here. So that's what we got there. And this, let's see, do we little bit. I need a little more clearance for the lead screw. I do need a little more clearance. It's going to be okay, but I need a little more. I will revise that, but for the build here today, it's going to be fine. Then this goes on. Hey, Pathetic Puma. So now, see how close did I come here? I'm just kind of looking at how that fits in there. So let's adjust these. Let's put in this top one in a quarter turn. Bottom one seemed pretty good. Maybe the rear one out 1/8 of a turn, front one in an 1/8, and the top one in another 1/8. There we go. So now if we pull this clamp off, let's come over here and just kind of move into place. Okay, so we are too high. We are too high by a whole lot more than I expected to be. We are too high. So let's move the dock down as far as it'll go. Let's see if that's good. I mean, to tweak the model again. Hey, Lewis. Move that all the way down. I'm just gonna go all the way. Make sure I still have clearance for the lead screw, and I do. I have plenty, so I can go down even more if I have to. It would just take a revision to the part. You widen the 250 frame when you say, I did. This is a 350 frame in width and a 250 frame in depth. So 350 in X, 250 in Y. Okay, so this comes back on here. Let's come in and see if we can get this to, you know, it's not gonna work. I am off still. That's annoying, irritating. It's way further off than, because I was going off of the other side here when I was designing this. I took some measurements from where this is, and I figured I was going to model this where I thought this was, and then put a millimeter of travel in either direction. And in either direction, and apparently my measurements are off by probably about a millimeter. I pretty much feel like it needs to be another millimeter down from where it is right now. So it's down a millimeter. We need to go down another 1, maybe 2 millimeters. That is interesting. That is not really, yeah, I think I'm 2 millimeters more. Do I have the space over here above the lead screw? Oh yeah, I've got the space here, just barely, but I have the room to do it. Yeah, I got the room to do it. Need to have them eyeballs recalibrated there. I know. Well, I don't have the model for the idlers, so I had to take measurements. That's where this revision came from. But that's okay. We have plenty that we can do today. We are not going to hit quite the same points that I wanted to, but we'll probably get some CAD time because I can show you the model and see where we can tweak this to work better. Is this because it's your mount versus what is a stock mount? Yes. So this is all me. This is my, I mean, really, that looks, I like the look of that. It's pretty slim, pretty cool here. Yeah, I like the look of it. I like the stiffness. This thing does not move in any direction. This is more rigid than this other side. Not by much, but a little bit. But I used a ruler, I used calipers, but I was off. That's part of the process. Yeah, that is super solid. It just, everything needs to move down about 2 millimeters. Now, I don't necessarily need to move, oh yeah, this would probably work pretty well. I don't necessarily need to change these. All of that's pretty good. I think I want to make this 1 millimeter thicker, and I can just move these down 2 millimeters. I've got room to do that. And then that would still give me, I could reuse these. I wouldn't have to reprint these. And I've got plenty of room down here to move this down. And then I can just encroach into this space a little bit. All this is just kind of appearance. Be able to see the belt through there. So as far as you make a mention on build plate where we're at as far as when parked. So this is a parked tool head here. So if I put this tool head on here and maybe we go for an above, oh yeah, that works. So if we move this guy over, so we're printing all the way at the front of the printer, and we come over and we smack right there. So you can see that we are going to lose, of the front corner here, we're going to lose right at about 35 millimeters. So we've got an exclusion zone in the front corner of the bed, about 35 millimeters in X, and that's going to be on both sides. And then Y, where can we hit all the way where we're on the ruler to kind of guide me. So that's basically on the build plate X0, and then we move forward until right about there. When we're going to start running into, and I've kind of made this a little worse for myself with this loop I put on the umbilical. I might be able to tweak that where its location is, but we're going to lose a 35, as it is right now, we're going to lose about a 35 by 90, a 35 by 90 rectangle in the front here. Everything else in here is all printable, but we lose this little spot. This is on my wider than standard frame. So you lose a lot of area if you're doing this in a standard frame. This would actually, Neil just said something saying that I have a 250 wide by 350 deep frame around. That would probably actually be a pretty good setup. Now, I could change that. So here, we've got a A4T here that is about, if you look here, it is about 70 millimeters wide, right? You could, so on your image for your build plate, you could just make your image have the exclusion areas. You still lose a chunk of your 250, which is a shame. Have a full 350 frame and a 250 bed. That just gets to be a big printer. It takes up a lot of desk space. Honestly, I'd rather it be a 250 wide because I don't really care much about depth on my workbenches. It's width. So this guy is about 70. It could be 72. It could be 69. Nice. Whereas this is an older version of ant head, but at its widest spot, it's like 57, 56. So will that guarantee that the slicer won't try to move through the exclusion zone? That's a good question, Troy. That it won't try to clip the corner trying to go from here to here? That's a great question. I don't know. You could park them at the front then if you have a lot of depth. I just bought this Motion Perfect rail for this. And I don't have a 350 that it would go on. Yeah, so you would gain 15 millimeters. So now you're at 20 millimeters wide, and then it might be, yeah, it's probably about the same. I don't know where this all ends up here, but it's probably about the same in depth. So anyway, those are considerations. Those are considerations that you have to consider, that you have to think about with any tool changer build. IDEX, tool changer, this. So, okay. Why? Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Let's take a little, let's see, how can I take what can I use as a reference? Well, maybe I can move this over here, and probably get a little better idea of where I'm at looking at that. Yeah, I can get a pretty good understanding of where this needs to move, right where I'm at right now. I think the easiest thing is going to be to move those slots. Yeah, isn't this nice? I am so happy. I'm so happy to have finally worked on that project. This is going to be a little bit of shaky cam, but I want a better view here. So you see where the screw is. This is what we're off by. I'm at my lowest point here. So what I need to do is take a measurement there, and I'm going to guess about 2 millimeters, but I'm going to get a better view at that with my, you can probably see about the same down here. So where's Oscar? He's off. They got their treats. So now they're off hunting flies or something. Building ant head, yeah. We will get lots more ant head experience because that's what's going on the stealth changer. Oh, I'm gonna add 1 millimeter. So the internal thought here, Neil, is I'm going to move this back up to be flush, which means I'm gonna have to move those down probably about 3 millimeters. Camera on the tripod is an Obsbot Meet 2. It is fantastic. I love it. Okay, so if I get in here, of how to mod the docks so they swing up 90 degrees out of the way using servos or something. Oh, to move the, oh boy, you're complicating things. And head changer. Okay, so if I go here, now those diameters are different. The screw versus the hole, that is, let's say that's 3.5 millimeters. So let me open up Fusion. Let's just do the change here. Let's do the change, get things ready. I can probably get it printing. Might be able to validate that my change worked before the end of stream. So these take about 2 hours to print for a pair. I could print one. I can leave this one over here because I have a working dock over here. So I'll just leave this one alone. I'll print one, so maybe it'll only take an hour. And we'll do all of our testing here. Off camera, I'll switch this out between next stream, and then we'll go from there. Will you be doing a LDO Quad XY build? I don't know. Jason has offered to send me a Quad XY CNC gantry setup. It's a matter of when. So, 2 tool heads on the same gantry and belt, how can they move separately? On the same gantry and belts. While in an IDEX setup, they are on separate belts. On this, you have a carriage, so this one gets left behind, and just this carriage comes over and grabs this one. This isn't IDEX, this is a tool changer. Also, why on a V2 docking the tool heads at the top can be another solution. Do not get into any of that. I'd like to see how Clipper does the IDEX. I won't get into that here, but it's all macros there, no garret. Okay. Good point. I could put the other dock over here. But I think we have enough things we can work on. We're gonna modify this part. We're gonna play in Fusion for a little bit. And I'm going to get the replacement for this side printing. While that's printing, we're going to work on the wiring. We still need to do the umbilical for this. We're going to see if we can improve on the way that I did the umbilical over here. See if we can improve that routing using the existing mounts that I've done for the tool head mount. Got lots to do. We'll make progress. It's just the order of progress is not what I was expecting. I'm getting Fusion started up. So, so we have Fusion here with all the stuff. This is stuff that I've imported and modified. So this is my dock here. And I think we look at this. These are our parts. These are mirrored to each other, and then these are mirrored to each other. So I think this could be pretty simple, although there's a lot of faces. The way these are generated, these pockets for the flathead screw, there's a body that gets removed from there. I feel like I might want to import that body and do it that way. Otherwise, there's a lot of surfaces in here to move. We can try it and see if it works out okay, but there's a lot of things to capture in there. Hopefully I'll get to see index at 4 next. I think pre-orders are starting that week. So that's awesome. I expect to see some info on index there. Bondtech is teasing it like crazy. So, okay, let's see. I'm gonna try this a couple of ways, and then we will, let me get this out of the way just so we have more. Do you sometimes print stuff for your IT job? Yeah, I've done a lot of, we're in newer buildings with newer cubicles, and I've done a lot of printing little cubicle accessories, headphone hangers, that kind of stuff. I'm gonna move this out of the way there. There we go. Get the keyboard in front of me. You can put a little lip on that hole for the square to help prevent them from falling out. Yeah, that always becomes a balancing act because it's print settings and stuff, and you don't want to make it too tight. So it might be better to do assembly sequence like I figured out. Are magnets used in the dock to hold it in its locked position? Yes, these spots here, that little surface there are magnets in there. You can see them. Here, let's get rid of this. You can see them in there. There's a magnet, and there's one in each of those. Fusion doesn't always cooperate when trying to move surfaces. There's too many angles, it tends to refuse doing it. As long as it doesn't run into another surface, then we should be okay. I want to do a couple of things here. So let's do a better, I'm going to use Fusion to figure out how far we want to move these. So I'm going to take what the real world, the measurement I took with my scale, and we look at the diameter of one of these flatheads is about 5.8 millimeters. So I'm going to do just a dummy sketch here. I'm going to do a construction offset plane here just for somewhere to put a sketch. I'm going to throw a sketch on this surface, and this is only just kind of, I'm going to undo this, but this is just to help visualize in my mind where we want to be. So I'm going to project, this is the circle that I was measuring to with my scale. And then I'm going to do another circle that's 5.8 millimeters. And we're going to move this over here. And just to keep this in line with each other, I'm going to draw a line between their center points and make that horizontal or vertical. Okay. Now the dimension from, let's go here, pick, if I right click on that curve, I can pick the circular arc tangent and go there. And then I'm going to right click down here, and I think I don't have to right click. I can go, oops, cancel. I got to do that again. There we go. Okay. Let's go here to here. There we go. This dimension here is what I want to know. And I measured, what was that? 3.5 millimeters. And I'm going to double check that. So now I can take a measurement here. So this line is going to be how far I actually want to move it, because we have different dimension holes, different diameter holes, I mean. So according to this, and we're going to create driven. So that's something that is driven by other constraints. So this is saying we'd have to move this all down 2.6 millimeters. So if I take my, oops, I moved this whole thing over. If I come back to this and move this back over here and take a real careful measurement. If I take my scale here, I feel pretty comfortable with that. It is right at, I'd say it's right at 3 millimeters. And the little bit of adjustment that I'm going to build in will take care of any micrometer errors. So I'm going to say this is 3 millimeters. So I only need to move this down basically 2 millimeters, but to correct for, I've already got this at the farthest edge of its downward adjustment. I'm going to move everything down 3 millimeters and we should be good. So so now we can just undo all of this. We don't need any of this. Or I can just go down here to the history and delete the plane and the sketch. So I'm gonna move these keyholes down. No, I'm not, because that gets in the way of the lead screw. I can't do that. So all of that, now I'm looking, if I move this down, I'm gonna run into the lead screw. Can't do that. So if I can't move these down, then I need to move these up, right? Yeah, I need to move the whole thing. I need to move the whole thing down. How does that work? That's not gonna work. But it did have room. I have like, here. This is the physical space I have. Oops, not that. That's the space I have in there for the lead screw. Fusion doesn't know, oh yeah. There we go. So I've got like 2 millimeters there, but that's not enough to move this the way I want to. What would we do? What would we do? We want to affect this moving down. Those have to move down. We don't have a choice there. We don't have a choice. Just cut the lead screws. There's a better option than that. We could put some spacers. We could put some spacers in between these and the steppers. That would be the better option than cutting the lead screws. We could get them completely out of the way, and then we can do whatever we want here. It's more work. How tall does the lead screw actually need to be? Do you have any wiggle? Oh yeah, we've got tons of wiggle room. Tons of wiggle room. These are all options. These are all options. These are all things that I'm willing to go through in a build like this, because this isn't like this is a choose your own adventure, right? If you go with none of these problems exist, if you go with a dock like this is all designed to fit where it needs to go. I made a dropped lead screw mod for my Prusa 310. Oh yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. Now that we're talking about all this, we're making a lot of compromises here. I'm making a lot of compromises in order to use my fancy, what I think is fancy custom dock. Thinking on my feet, I'm gonna put this dock over here. We're gonna continue with the build. In between streams, I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna take the suggestion here. I'm gonna lower the lead screws completely out of the way of the dock. That was going to allow me to move this as close to the side of the printer as possible. I'm gonna gain print area by doing that. So if I lower the steppers to get the lead screw out of the way of the dock, that's gonna let me gain, I think I can gain like 10 millimeters of moving this over. I only need to move the lead screw down like 8 millimeters, but I'll go 10. So I'm gonna move these down before next stream. We're gonna continue with the adjustable docks so we can make progress today. And all I'm gonna be doing for next stream is swapping in my docks, and ideally they'll all be tested and working at that point. I'm gonna move those down. I'm going to have an opportunity to go through and make sure all of this is optimized for moving the tool head as close to the side as possible. And that's what we're gonna do. So I think this was a good mental exercise, a little adjustment. Let's go out and get back over here, and we'll go ahead and take this off and go. I like the spacer on the bottom of the motor, so drop the lead screw. Yeah, and that's what I'm planning on doing is do some spacers down there. I don't think I'm gonna reprint these. I'll just print some spacers, use some longer screws. I think these are 12s. I'll size everything so that I can, these are 12s. I'll size everything so I can use 25. So I might give myself even a little more. If we look at this, here, just as a double sanity check, sanity here. Am I doing it right? Move all this stuff up. Get into where our Z-min is. There. So that's about Z-min, and you can see how much extra lead screw we have. This doesn't have to go above here. So we got all the space in the world. Now I do have these Mandela kinematic mounts, which raise the bed quite a bit. But even with those, I think I could do it even with the spec bed mounts. Can you not also cut out the screws fixing the Vitali idler to the frame so you get additional X? What are you talking about? Cut out the screws, fixing it to the frame. My limitation, so now that we've done all of that, here, let's just move this tool head out of the way. The limitation is going to be, let's get this moved down so we're not scraping the nozzle. Do you have some space in the front of the tool head to move forward and reduce? I already did that. I moved it forward 5 millimeters. Now I've got about 5 millimeters in between the panel and this when it's docked. So, do we have space under the Z motors shift into? Yeah, plenty of space down there. I know that. So now my width here is if I'm at X min and come forward, maybe a overhead view will be best. This is, we don't need to try to get any closer than what this is going to allow us to hit, because we've got a limitation on how far we can go in this direction. So I can optimize that. It looks like from here, like I said, I was looking at this before, it's about 10 millimeters that I can gain from this mount. Vertical dark part and move over another 5 millimeters if you would not have to keep room for the Vitali screws. I don't need to keep room for these screws, but this is the limiting factor. This Vitali mount is not my limiting factor. It's X travel. So, okay, I have a plan. I'm going to execute that plan later. Let's put this guy back on here. You still around, Zarancho? Or did I lose you when we when we didn't start? Zarancho suggested that I use these. But I have a plan and I like it. So we're going to take this guy off and put the other one on. Said he needed to bug out. He had mentioned that. He had mentioned that there was a stream he wasn't going to be able to spend much time on. I haven't watched the VOD on that interview. I did the 1440 Makers charity stream that day. I forgot, it never showed up in my suggestions, so it skipped my mind. I really like the way the concept here. I really like how that's going to work. We just need to get these lead screws out of the way. What user mount is that? What do you mean, user mount? These I designed. I based it on existing docks. I based it on this dock, but I designed the rest of it. Hey, Zarp. He is doing awesome work on the Monolith Zero. The dock on the left. This is one that's out there in the either the user mods or whatever. Hey, Takuya. I'm just gonna pull all these off here. What is the print size when finished? Of this? It'll be 250 by 250 minus, let's say 35 by 90 in either corner. And that's influenced by my choice of tool heads here. A slimmer tool head will not have as large of exclusion zones. The exclusion zone would be that those rectangles defined in the front corners of the bed. So it's about, on these tool heads, it's about 90 millimeters in Y and 35 millimeters in X. So this little spot here is not reachable on a print. And same over here. If you did like an ant head or something, that would be like probably 80 or 90 in Y, but only like 20, 22 in X. Okay, that's off. Where did I put the other dock then? Could be over here. There's one piece and there's two piece. So I already have these ready to go. So this is going to go here and here. And then we'll place that. These screwdrivers are available probably in most places where LDO parts are sold. I know for sure that West 3D has had these at one time. I don't know if they're in stock, but these were a Vice thing, Vice 2025 edition. But yeah, I love these. I love these little stubby screwdrivers. Do you adjust the actual limits of the X or Y, or do you do it in the slicer? Wondering for quad XY setups. I don't know. Is that, someone made the question on if a diagonal move occurs, does it respect that area? How do you set that up? That's a good question. I just don't know. I don't know enough about that, I guess. Does anybody have any insight on that? Okay, this is going to need, I need to drill out these little spots here for the 1/8 inch pins that I have, because there's some pins in here to make sure that this stays vertical. And then the slot here for the thing. For the thing. Words are hard. Is the exclusion zone just visual though? Is there an enforcement to exclusion zones? Just have an 1/8 inch reamer here. Is there, Tuxedo, is that enforcements or is it just visual? Common ones are straight head. Mm-hmm. Hey, Nathan. Okay, where did the... Here. Looking for my 1/8 inch pins. Not these guys? It might be these guys. Let's see. Should I check out tuxedo size? Oh, the labeling plugs. Yep. There's one. Yep, there we go. 1/8 inch pins. So these guys go there. Just like that. This will. And that just makes sure that that stays aligned. And then there's a, what's that, a 30? Yeah, 30, 25 by 30, and a nut. And driver. So that just locks them together. Then there's 2 more screws that attach it here. But first we need to put some magnets in there. So that. And the next one. See the Prusa build plate? It has me thinking of new core one. I'll use a print plate for a Voron. I am super excited for there to be 300 size Prusa, genuine Prusa plates out there. It won't use a print plate for a Voron. It'll use a print plate for a core one. But that doesn't mean that core one print plate isn't the same size as used on a 300 Voron. So. Dope. Dealing with magnets, something that already has magnets in it, is always fun, especially in 52s. There we go. There, now those are all in there. Okay. That's there. And then these must be I think I set this up. I did a space, or this spacer is slightly different. I think it's designed for 40 millimeter screws, but I have 35s. 35. Did I do socket head on those? That's all I have over there. Did I do socket heads here? I did. Okay. This is all temporary. I'm going to change all of this out. Killer Prince. Welcome in. Hey, Kevin. M5. Look. These guys. Or is that M4? Nope. Okay. What did you use as a spacer on your Micron colony collector door to keep the panel from rattling? Oh, I put 1 millimeter foam tape on the outer edge of the panel and shoved it in there. Does Clipper use a different geometry for tool space and build plate space? Rip up firmer, you make it so the two won't be allowed to overlap during work in the build area. It gets really complex though. That's what I don't understand, if there's a function for that or not, Nurgle. I've honestly not thought about it too hard before. Okay, these guys in there. There we go. This is honestly far easier to adjust and deal with than my setup for this. But I'm still going to do this because. Okay, so now we come over here and align that to the tool. It would be far less work for me to figure out a solution for this USB cable than what I'm doing, but I'm still going to do what I'm doing. Raised over $8,800 in the raffle that ended today. Holy moly, congratulations. That is awesome. Just kind of figuring out, yep, that goes in, and make sure that's there. Should. It's not going in like the other side. Why? Nope, that just falls right off. Let's just kind of work this in. Are these too tight? Do you lose print area and y-axis if using a Prusa Mark IV sheet on a Trident 250? Yes. Yes, you lose about that much. That much is, let's say, 16 millimeters. 16 millimeters to this little notch in here in front of the, I put little screws here as a plate stop. There's little screws going up through. I did all of this custom. This is all custom, but I lose about 16 millimeters back there. Okay, so this was not going on here as smooth as the other side. So I'm trying to figure out why. So let's loosen this rear one just a hair. Maybe loosen them all just a hair. So that's there, that comes out of the way. This comes back in. That falls right off. This other side doesn't do that. This other side goes in nice. Why isn't this one? That in the back there, these magnets are getting irritating. Put those back over there. Let's loosen this up. Make sure it's in the right spot. And tighten it back up. If I do that gets out of the way. Forward, forward, over, in. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, you know what? It's not going to be moving. So if that goes there, hold this in place, it just falls right off. Why is that falling off? Why isn't it holding in place? Stoked to see how this turns out. Love the colors. Copper orange is one of my favorites. Thanks. If we come over here and do the same thing, we grab this, move forward, we're pretending like we're doing a tool change. Then we come over and I do nothing else but put that into spot and move back. It goes right into place and stays there. I did install the magnets. Yep. Did install the magnets. So this comes here. What is that? Comes forward, but that's not dropping into place there. What is causing that not to? There are drawbacks to the lazy Susan. Well, probably because I move it a whole lot more, so it's easier to miss what things are catching. So why is that not? Okay, I think I need to, let's try moving this a little more. Let's potentially, let's see if I can, okay, right, there is a sweet spot right there maybe. Okay, let's go there, out, and then back in and back. Nope, it's not. Is there a twist to it? No adjustment over here is letting me just up there. Right there is where it should be, but I can't, it's hard to find the spot. It will need a lock, I know. This is minimum viable product. Now that comes off, then it comes forward, moves out of the way. And then if I just set this in the spot there, now when I go back, it falls off. This dock is not nearly as good as this one. So why? This comes on, locks into place. So now what else is causing, let's see if I look at this side, I might have too much. So let's loosen these by a quarter turn. Maybe I've got them too tight. Maybe an eighth of a turn. They are a mirror image. So that goes there. It's falling right off. And I'm scarring up my tool head here by it dropping on the thing. That sucks. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, so I think it's here, down on the bottom here. Let's loosen this outer one, this back one, just a little bit more. Okay, let's try this again. Look at the working one and try lining up screw depths and lineups. It's going to be unique. You're going to want to adjust these either side. It is printed parts, so there we go. I think I had the screws too tight. Go in and then back. Yep, there we go. I did it twice in a row. We'll keep fiddling with that, but I think the screws were too tight over here. Comparing how that sits in here versus how this one sits, they feel very similar now. This one I think I had too tight. So we can do this one more time just to make sure. Just do our manual up, over. So then this is gonna come in, go in, and then, yep, right there. That's what's going on. Cool. Okay, so, but one of the nice things about this is the only adjustment you really have is vertical. As long as you have those pins in there and your slot here is a tight fit in your extrusion, then it kind of locks in that direction. So they look the same. I like that. So yeah, these are printed parts on connecting to printed parts with mass manufactured screws. You have 3 different significant variables there. So you need to adjust them individually. You can't assume that what works over here is going to work over here. Seems like it will run paths over it, but it warns you that tool paths are outside of your print area. Is there a function to tell it not to run them? Is that a print area? What did I just drop? Oh, that's fine. Okay. Umbilical. Let me grab the cable for this side. Where is it? That's a box, that's a box. This is a box. So let's see if we can improve. So I've identified that my routing here, which I'm doing for strain relief of the umbilical, is impacting how close I can get to this tool with the other tool. So let's see if we can look at how we can use this tool on the dock as a gauge of where I have room. I cut straight off where I have room to run things. With that, let's move this out of the way and look at what I have here. Okay, so I really, like I've said before, I really don't like the way these are packaged. This, tying them up like this, it would be far better to coil them and wrap it around the box. See you, Death Cube. Are you in the US, Death Cube? I hope the flight goes smooth, isn't delayed. I am really worried about my Form Next flight. A week from tomorrow. When the tool headboard, moving the tool headboard to the front, gain you some depth? It would. That's a good point. With this extruder, I don't really have a lot of room here. This knob is here, but the drive shaft there comes out probably to about there anyway. So there are some other tool heads that are, what are they, like a brick style is what they're calling them, whatever, that do put tool headboards in front and might use different extruder setups, but that is a valid suggestion there, Delvin. There are other setups that... Well, here's my question, don't knock it. I have an international flight that is not supposed to be impacted, but I have a flight between Sacramento and Washington. Is that included since I'm on an international trip? Is my domestic flight excluded from being impacted? That's why I'm worried. And there's no one I can call and ask. The waits are going to be ridiculous right now. They are inundated with support calls. Okay, I'm just kind of working on this, trying to kind of work some of that package bending out. So we are going to work on this. Yes, I am switching planes. I am switching planes because any of these, because I fly out of Sacramento, which is not a major international airport. So there are no direct flights anywhere from here. Gonna have to deal with any fun the situation put on it. Yeah. So I'm hoping if it gets closer, then I may see if the airline has any options for switching me to a direct flight out of San Francisco or something. If I can get a direct flight international, then I'll feel more comfortable than having to take a intermediate flight. DC, Troy. Felt when I was flying back from China to Atlanta by way of South Korea, no delays. Awesome. It's like fly direct anywhere outside of the US, then connect. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have to be direct to Frankfurt, but needs to be direct from the US to some other country. Yeah. Okay. So this is doing good. So now let's look at what we can do here. We put this here. So the way I have this designed, for better or worse, is this loops around and our first attachment point is right there. And that's not the problem. So I'm gonna grab some zip ties and actually connect this right there. Hey, Timor. Is this what I used here? Yeah. Okay, I gotta get this in here. I don't want, so I've got lots of room up here, so I don't want this to be too stressed. So if I pull this in here, another one. Used to have a direct to Frank all the time a few years back though. Yeah. It would be a matter of if the airline I'm going with, United, is entertaining, accommodating international flights like that. I would hope so, but who knows? I was driving smack in the middle between Canada and Mexican borders. There we go. Okay, so we have this. What if can we go tighter around here and just go straight? Like, what if I did this? What if I just went straight? Is that, let's find out. So what I'm worried about is that nope, that catches on these two, which could be cut shorter. These don't need to be nearly as long as they are. I don't even know that those are pressed in as far as they would go. But at the same time, I really don't want this to relax for the hope nothing goes wrong with the flight's fun. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate the super chat. What could we do otherwise? I know I'm jumping through hoops to do this, but I think this is important. I really don't like this to be the pivot point. Plus it's tall. This is a lot shorter for top panel clearance. Do you want to be able to pull them out? What do you mean? Oh, I've got an idea. I've got a fantastic idea. What if I did that? That's not too bad. That gets it all the way out from there. The pins for the belt. Oh yeah, yeah, I get that. What about that? I can tighten that up a little bit. Do something like that. The camera mount on the TriMax printer and extra loose screw is seen. Oh. Good call. I don't know where that came from. Yeah, that's fantastic. I like this. Okay. Let's go there, and I'll switch the other one too. What's the allowed bend radius on that cable? It's not moving. If it was in a chain or something, I'd be a little concerned. I want this out. I want this to come through here, and then that'll go right like that. And that'll just kind of hug. that. Let's see. I know I'm not giving you a great view here. I gotta hold things, and holding it in front of the camera there is tough. There. This goes through here. And then I can do one more. Hold on, you'll see. You'll see. This is going to be magic. Nope. Got other cables here in the way, but can I get this through there? Does it go? Nope, it doesn't go in the right way. It doesn't go the way I want it to. Come on. There we go. Just a little bit over here. Zip ties so useful. Dry throat. Okay. Here we go. Here's what we have. Little zip tie to hold this down so it doesn't get in the way of hitting the other tool head. Still within the package of here, and no extra stuff coming around back here. That's what we're gonna go with. I like it. That is pretty nice and tidy. This still comes around, does all its thing. Nothing back here. So let's fix the other one. I'm gonna cut this off, so, because this was all just testing stuff. Let's pull this out here so we can actually work on it. So those bend radiuses are in chains. Movement bend. These are not moving. I'm constraining them. I think that's correct. Dry throat. I don't think the coffee's helping. I'll switch over to water here when this is done. Hey, Brent. Okay, let's pull this apart. Look at how much space we're going to gain there, because this does stick out quite a bit. That can stay there. Radius for motion ratings. I agree, yeah. Okay, so now this is going to do the same thing. Come down here. Come around here. And come up here. Right like that. Actually gain a little bit from where I was before. So. Don't worry about that, Nitro. I think a lot of us here are probably overthinkers. Why do you, I mean, yeah. I am a major overthinker. So that's going to go there. It's going to stay in there. That's going to bend up. There. This is going to come around, plug back into stepper spot. One more. Oops, that's going to come. There we go. One more right here. Let's see if this changes how much that 90 number. We were talking about losing 90 millimeters in Y. Not going to change our X, but let's see what we lose in Y now. There we go. That looks about the same as that. I'm working on a mold for custom overmolded XT30 plus 2. Let's see about making one to come off at a 90 to reduce all of that wire going around. Yeah, so I've done that, lol. Not a thing what you're talking about, but I've done my own connector there on my RepRap Firmware V2. If you were at Rocky Mountain a couple of years ago, that was the one that was on the Duet 3D table, and it works really well. I've been doing this, every chance I can get, I don't run the tool head board straight out from the umbilical or from the connector. I loop them around every chance I get. That's not every build, but every build that I can manage it. So I've been thinking about this for a long time. Let's see, let's get this one, the particular order of the way I have the cables is a little different between these two. So this one is a little cleaner through here. But that little overmold thing you're doing, I'm anxious to see how it turns out. It could be very useful. Yeah, that is just to keep this from flaring out. So no pressure on that. That is way better. So let's take this up here and put it on the dock. There we go. Oops. I got to remember to pull on the Lazy Susan, not on the printer. This guy, let's take this and just drape it out the back for now. Cheers, who don't remember that build specifically. You missed out. It's a clean build. It is probably going to see Nurgle like this at some point, probably after the Stealth Changer build. It might be a Wednesday series. It's going to see some attention. Alex, I do too. Unfortunately, it is KVP, and I don't trust anything from them anymore. And I haven't found an equivalent dark gray. I've bought some and been sent some dark gray filaments, but I haven't found one quite like this. So I've got some in my reserves, but unfortunately I use this on 2 printers. I use it on this Trident and I use it on my green V2. So I'm limited in the amount I can work on them before just changing colors on them. Okay, so that stays, oops, that has to stay there. Which hot end are you going on with that one? These are all Revos. Wonder about the Paramount. That's a good question, although I'm not hot on Paramount either. I bought a couple of rolls from them that have been very inconsistent in color within the roll. So I don't have enough experience to make a general recommendation, like I can basically do with KVP, in my experience. But my initial experience with Paramount, for myself, I probably wouldn't gravitate to them first. Okay, we are going to, so we're going to come over here. We're going to grab our tool head, pull it off. And then we're going to come over here and we're going to come right to 0. I'm going to hold these here and right about, yeah, this is a lot closer. I can probably pretty reliably get right there. I wouldn't want to go any closer than that. There's nothing in the way that I'm going to snag right there. Nothing on tool 0. So if I did right there, I just put my scale away. A ruler, I guess it is. It's not a scale, it's a ruler. I have half a spool of dark gray. This is graphite. So I don't know if there's a difference between dark gray and graphite, but the color name from KVP is this is graphite. I don't know if they also have a dark gray is where I'm going. Okay, so let's see. What did we gain here? Because I know we gained something. Oh, we gained 20 millimeters. We gained 20 millimeters of where I feel pretty comfortable with traveling and not interfering with each other. This is 70 millimeters deep. Hey, Pex Peppers, welcome. Do you have leaves in your trees? Here, the leaves are all gone. I still have leaves. I have a Chinese pistache in my front yard, and it turns good colors like a maple. It still has some. Yeah, it's 70 millimeters back, so we gained something there. That's nice. So that is, I mean, it's close. It's close right there, but we could do a print move right there. It's not like we're going to be printing right on. That's at X0. I mean, honestly, you're not going to be getting much more than you're going to be like 5 is about as far over as I ever print. I don't go all the way to the edge. Maybe a skirt might hit the edge, but because I do run skirts on almost all prints, but that's pretty good. So 35 by 70 is what I'm excluded right now. I think by the time I'm done, I'm going to be able to change that to 25 by 70. I can see my tree from right here out the window. Oh yeah, it's pretty. Here. I'll take a picture. Through the window picture, but that's my tree in the front yard. Pretty colors. But it still has quite a bit of green. It's getting all the fall colors at the top. Okay, we have spent 2 hours at this point. Don't forget to enter for the Polymaker filament giveaway. Link is in the pin post and the description. It's snowing there. We don't get snow here, generally. Now we can work on, I think what I'll do is we will work on, maybe I can come in a little closer. And am I already as high as we can go? That is one thing. The printer gets, oh yeah, there we go. The printer gets a little taller on the Lazy Susan. Okay, so I'm gonna take both of these and we're gonna put them here. And you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm gonna see if I can I get a clamp in here? At least give a little bit of resistance to them falling off. There we go. If I put a clamp there, it's not going to be as easy. I'm not going to be moving this around and cause that to fall off. That is going to be. And then I have these clips back here. I kind of want to remodel these to make them pretty much the full 20 millimeters, but have 2 humps in here for the cables. Jeff, welcome. I don't know if you said hi earlier, but I missed it if you did. So this guy comes down over here. Yes, what's up, buddy? Let's go. Yeah, just like this. I'm gonna leave this loose. Hopefully I didn't just do that too tight. Marcel, welcome. Goes through there. Capture anything. Here, Chapman. So that's the one that goes over here. I need one more. Loads of rain in Portland. We might want to adjust the position of these, but I'm kind of guessing that they're pretty close since they worked. These were in the IDEX config. There we go. Now we'll take this and go through here. You're sitting, he has a knack for sitting on the start button and bringing up the start menu in Windows. He has a uncanny knack for just hitting that key with his little tush. Okay, this comes around. This one will go, I guess it doesn't really matter if it goes above or below. I am doing one with CAN and one with USB. It's all the same cable, so we can do it this way. This guy is going to come down through the tool, through the stepper mount back here. Okay, so this is all the way at the front corner. So basically, I want this one similarly. Do like, I think that's as far as it'll go. So I want that to be as short as it can be going back here. I really like the umbilical arms that are out that have a guide for the PTFE as well. I don't like the ones that are out there now. I don't know the newest ones that are out there, but the common used ones that people recommend, I don't use. I think it can be done a little better. Cardboard box. Okay, so this goes there, that goes there. I want a little bit, I don't want it super tight. It's something like that. This is the furthest point that they're going to be on either side. I've tried the Prusa Core 1 style. I actually realized, because I was playing around with it last night, I don't think it's my ideal solution because I was playing around with it on a 250. It's very dependent on its length. So it would have to be sized for the printer size. Yeah, I'm gonna replace these with something that's a little more shaped for these cables. So I'm not gonna tighten those a lot, but we're gonna leave those right like that. These are gonna come around and probably just do one more at the back corner. Let me see if I have some of these pre-printed. I have started having, oops, sorry, Oscar. I have a box of miscellaneous things. So clips, Wago mounts, all these kind of things that I don't want to throw away. They come from other builds. So I usually go through here before I go to reprint stuff, to print new stuff. So I've got some of these that are, this one's already the right color. So we'll grab some of these. Your heat shrink tape, what size do you typically buy and use the most? The stuff I use the most is a variety pack of little short things. But anything that would shrink down onto a couple of 24 gauge wires is probably what I would do the most with. Okay, so let's go right about there. That's gonna go there, and then it's gonna come down here. Now, that by nature is going to miss everything in here the way I'm running it right now. It's gonna be just fine. I have nothing I have to worry about with that. That'll be just fine, and it can just kind of float there. Oh, for the P-Touch. Oh, the 5.8 and the two sizes I use are the 5.8 millimeter and the, what was the other? 5.8 and 8.8. 5.8 and 8.8 are the two sizes I use. Hey, Adam. I'll grab another thing of zip ties, since these are mostly going to be temporary right now. So we just need little things to hold it in place. I have not seen 3.4. I actually might have bought some if I had seen that size, because that would be good for single wire, I bet. Okay, so that's gonna go there. And then let me see if I have another anchor. I'll have to go searching for that, or if you have a link, shoot me a link. Here's one. About the same over here. Yep. Same. Itty bitty zip ties. And I think I can shift some of these around. Yeah, Oscar's a good cat. He is very, very anxious. He has a really hard time with anything that is not in his comfort zone. Okay, so that's there. And then this one is just gonna go in the little Trident slot and then come down and around. Look at this, isn't this fantastic? Fantastic. Now the question is, this is gonna come down here. This is all, oh, we got some wires to let's work on this. We have some wires to crimp. So I have the end stop over here. 0.34 inch, yeah. I have extra wires that come out. So I'm going to take this, oh, there we are. There's our end stop wire. So we're gonna leave that one there, and put I think I'm just gonna recrimp a connector here. So let's cut this off and put a connector on this. Ooh. You wanna sit up in here? No? No? You don't do anything unless it's your idea, huh? Get a punch. Get a punch. No? No punching? Nope. Looked like he might have been in a little bit of a feisty mood, but I guess not. April suggested that I get one of those little desk cat beds that I can attach to the side of my workbench here and have him be able to kind of float over here. He might like that. And then I could have my keyboard underneath it. So I might look for one of those. See if he likes it, especially if I can find one that's heated. Huh. Oh, look at that. Okay, let's get this Y end stop stripped and crimped. There we go. Did that for my cat, and now she lives next to me pretty much. I'm fine with that. If I can find him a spot that he's comfortable with hanging out, then, and not sitting on my keyboard as he's doing right now. More on cat bed. Yeah, one of the nice things about having an extrusion workbench here is it shouldn't be too hard to get something to attach to it. So I'm planning on a Wednesday stream, still somewhat to be determined the content. Either we work on the Mercury 1 and see if we can get that PZ probe to work. I printed some PPCF parts for the carriage, see if that makes a difference. Or I might work on my pre-built Core 1. All this talk about their release candidate firmware, but I kind of want to wait for that one to reach full release before we play with that. Okay, that's there, and then a 2-pin gift ornaments for the family for Christmas. Oh, I need to figure out. I do that every year. That's my thing, is give a printed ornament. Been doing that since early on. Maybe the first year I got a printer. So I need to remember to do that. Okay, so there. So now that can loop around and plug in here. Now, I don't know which of these. Oh, hey, they're labeled AX and AY. So we're going to pull AY out. That's all remnants from the IDEX setup. Like how PPSCF is just the norm. Well, not really, but I've found some use cases to try it. See where it's an advantage or not. If that starts working after replacing that stuff, that's going to be a pretty big plus for it. Nice. Weeping angels. Pull these out. Oh, does this come out? There we go. It comes out. It's tucked back under here. We're gonna have to turn the printer over here in a minute, but let's get some of this upper stuff kind of there. That's tucked there. And then we've got BY, so this one can come out. And this one, because we don't need an end stop over here. The Tridex setup had an end stop on either side. Okay, so these two, this can come out of here. How far? There we are. Okay, so that goes there. We might as well just plug this guy in. That'll keep these up here. So, Stipa plugged in. Tuck that into the extrusion or something there. This one can plug in as well. Keep it up here. Okay, where's my clamp? The clamps. There it is. I think these are on there. Hopefully those are on there sturdy enough. This to the back. Go. Get some of this out of the way. These up in here. And what side do I want to? It's on probably. Got stuff all over. See. Good. Pinch anything. Yeah, that's okay. Go. Okay. Let's take the bottom panel just all the way off. Hey, Scott. Felix, where's Felix? Oscar, you mean? Yeah, as once the pets. Did make some fun when I saw Prusa showing off bed fans for the Core 1L. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, is that all of them? Yep, okay, there we go. Okay, we were, here we go. So, what do we have here? Bit of a mess is what we do have. Here is the Y stepper wire. So this was all very not actually attached underneath. I don't remember what I was doing here. I messed around with changing some configuration and didn't finish it, or if this was during stream and never got around to cleaning it up. Just looking for the bomb for the legacy, and it's not on their sheet. Is there something else on the list? It's a good question. There should be a legacy bomb out there. There isn't a manual. Okay, so that's those two are coming through. So, yeah, everything in here is loose. I never actually tied everything up. Yeah, a conversion of some sort. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to swap out the octopus, but we do need to remove the U2C. That's not going to be useful anymore. So let's pull that USB cable out. Pull this out. It's not needed. This is the mellow version. Oh, that's what happened. I originally had the mellow board in here, and I had the problem with homing Y, and it just, for some reason, didn't like it. So then when I swapped to the octopus board, it was all test. So it's a permanent test, basically. You just realize how small that new LDO power supply is. It is very small and very dense. It's a brick, but yeah. This is 200 watts. This is 275. Yep. Does it put out 24 volts and 5 volts? Yep. There's 5 volts and 24 volts. I got a couple of those. I think one of them is hopefully going to go in the antithesis build, and one of them might go into the stealth changer build because that 300 watt power supply, or 275, is going to be better for the 5 tool heads than the 200 watt. I think the expectation is there's a good chance that a 48 volt option is in the pipeline. You are just completely... Yep. That's... he tolerates being held for a second. Yeah, 48, 24, and 5. Yep. Okay, so continuing to clean up. I have a 5 volt here. I'm just going to leave it. I believe this is already a Pi 4. Yep, that's a Pi 4. So wiring wise, we can grab this guy. Let's hopefully sneak it up in here. Yep, just barely. So this guy is going to go in here. Go somewhere. Determined yet. Other one, so we can pull some of this stuff out. Got 2 wires down here you can pull through. Oh, let me pull the... That's the 2mm. Where's the 2.5? Here. I'm gonna pull the little cover off. Electropies now from Vector 3D, so I don't have to run 5-volt PSU. Nice. Lots of options for that. Okay, let's get this guy out of here and the pepper. There. Okay, and then these. That. This guy comes over here. There we go. Nice to have all the zip ties loose. And I don't have to cut any of them yet. There we go. It's this guy that can come out. Audio PSU doesn't seem to be in the UK yet. It's just getting out there. This one I tightened. This one I tightened. Didn't snip the thing though. The excess. There we go. It's gone. Go. Okay. So that guy's there. That's clear. That's clear. This is camera. So we're gonna need, that's octopus. That is fan. So this is gonna come around. Underneath here. So let's clean this up a little bit. This up. Through here, put that back in so we don't lose track of it. This guy's going that way, that's there. What do we have here? So these can go up out of the way for right now. Where are we gonna put our, I guess, what's stopping us from moving this up even further? Oh, power here. That guy. Oh, that was loose. Holy moly. That was loose. So that is our, let's loosen that all the rest of the way. I need some labels. Well, some of these are labeled. Yeah, all my steppers are labeled. My end stop's labeled. Fans aren't, but we're gonna redo this bed signal wires. Those were not ideal. That out of the way. That guy. Thinking, put the adapters. So we have these guys. So we need to fit these in here. Hey, Enrique. All red wires go to 110 volts. Yes. No. Got a little bit of stress mark mitigation to do. I'm gonna do it on the AC heat gun here real quick. Such a difference. Juice on the loose. Got to be careful and not let the angry pixies out of... Yeah. If anybody's looking for them, I've started putting some of the files from this build on the in Discord in the files and stuff channel. So like the tool headboard mounts, I'm pretty comfortable with those right now. And what was the other thing I put out there? I don't remember what it was. Sorry, I got distracted with another message. Oh, the bed stops that I was talking about last stream. I'll put those out there. Okay. Need some self-tapping M2s and the driver. I just got the LDO Hexa for my Mad Max build. It's a bit overkill, but may make it easier. Nice. First printed ABS. I kept thinking your bed was dirty. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Just heat. Just don't leave the heat on too long on a thin part. You will still warp it. Okay, so I designed these to where this is the board ends up being centered over the rail. So it goes on there. Like that, and nice. There. And then the little adapter board can go in here. Since it's square, it can go in any direction that makes sense. So to that end, I'm going to put one screw in here for now, just to hold it in so we can place things around and see where, and then we'll secure it. We'll probably just secure it with 2 screws. It doesn't need all 4. It's probably fine with 1, but there we go. So that's 1. Kind of figure out where makes sense. Let's unplug this just so I'm not tweaking on that accidentally. Did you put the new A4T? Did you put the new A4T fan adjustment? Oh, the tweaked parts. That is very specific for a Revo. I can put it out there. But yes, I did not. I had to think about that for a second. I did not, but I can. It was not on my radar to... What's my other little board? Didn't I just... Ah, there it is. If I don't, go ahead and post a little, ping me in the Poke Steve channel, and I will do that. I see some messages in Poke Steve right now. Oh. How are you liking your Micron, Neil? The adjustment I made to the A4T for the fans wasn't significant. It did help a little bit, but it wasn't like night and day. Not there, over here. The other board. Okay, we're pretty close to needing to figure out what we're doing for options and how these are hooking up. So what do you folks think? Which tool head, or let's put it this way, tool 0, do we think we should be USB or can? Tool 0, USB or can? And then tool 1 will do the other. He's not going to stay there long, but USB tool 0 USB, tool 1 can, tool 0 USB. Tune the micron to have no vibrations up to, nice. Thinking on using the same parts as you already, okay. Just remind me, it's hard to keep these things at the forefront of the to-do list. I'll have to look that closer. Oh, yep, see, didn't last long. that camera is beneath him. He wants to be on the main cam. Okay. I think it makes sense that I need to rotate that one. I think it makes sense for these to be this way. Then nothing comes out the sides, which means that this will hopefully fit in here like that. Nice, thanks for being a member. Let's rotate this one since it makes sense that it's the other way. You started showing 3D printers. Yes. Why not both on CAN bus? Why not one on each? I mean, it's honestly just a why not. We have a new product here, Big Tridex Gen 2 EBB36. It's capable of switching back and forth. You get to choose USB or CAN. Let's choose one of each just to play around with. That's really the only reason. There's nothing in terms of specific reasons why I would go one or the other. Either one will work fine here. So, but we do need to, is this what I'm questioning and what we need to look up? Is this a U2C? Is this a USB to CAN adapter in itself, as well as the power delivery and stuff? You're not gonna sit in your chair, I'm gonna sit in your chair. So, Bob. DM. Who's DM? Welcome, Grant. Welcome, Musketeers. Thanks for raiding in. You're just in time, 16 minutes till we're giving away some filament. That was a 3. Oh, 3DM, that makes sense. I'm like, DM. What is so fascinating about a ruler? Zaxman, welcome. Going DH, welcome. LDO Nighthawk, Stealth Burner, or on a A4T build. That would take an interesting mount, because the Stealth Burner, more and more I want to move away from Stealth Burner. Not the tool head, but the board. It's very purpose built, and Seems like the more universal, the 36. I honestly, the 42 is probably the better thing to design around, because I guess it's about the same physical size as the 36. There's no real reason to run it. Is there a way to use one adapter board for both tool heads? I was talking to someone about that. I'm not sure. I'm not comfortable enough with that to know whether it's possible. So I think we're going to end up using both unless I get updated information that says it would work just fine. A little dongle would be pretty awesome for, that would be a good little thing for if you have a stealth burner, then you get the little adapter and it runs a little cable over to it. But is it possible to use the LDO Nighthawk stealth burner on an A4T build? You would have to customize your mount for it, Enrique. You would have to make a custom mount for it. There is not going to be anything out there. Oh, that was, oh shoot, what did I just do? There we go. Oscar sat on the keyboard. I would post what Oscar said, but he was sitting on the space bar. Yeah. He was sitting on the space bar for a long time. There we go. I wish it said Oscar is typing. Amber, welcome. You, oh geez, you are gonna lay right on that keyboard, aren't you? I need a bed. I need a bed for him. What? Boop. Boop the sneak. The overmold I'm working on right now, when mirrored, would point the cable straight out the back of the tool head when plugged into an EBB, but I am working on a different one as well. Cool. Okay, let me cancel this. Let me close Fusion. I'm not going to close it, but let me minimize it. I don't have anything here, so let's go here. We're going to go. Let me reach around Your Majesty here. Wiki. Big Tree Tech Wiki. There you go. X Peppers hot sauce. I had some this morning. I had more Pueblo Red on my eggs. I made little tacos, little egg tacos. Egg and cheese and Pueblo Red. My stomach is not growling right now. Okay, Big Tree Tech. What are you getting into here? And then EBB series and 36 Gen 2. So let's look at this. Generational leap, circuit protection. So we got our board here. So let's zoom in. Oops. Always use the MX3. So this output as your primary output interface, as it is both protected and boosted. Should you wish to use a CAN connection without running the data lines through the adapter PCB, then you can make use of the 24-volt out port, which offers a protected PSU, and source the CAN high and CAN low signals from elsewhere. You have high and low here, and I thought, yeah, right there. Where'd you go? Okay, you went away. Nevertheless, we recommend simply connecting the CAN lines to the CAN input and using the main MX3. So this is use this as the input for your CAN signal when operating the EBB in CAN mode. Never connect both CAN and USB at the same time as they share the same bus. Okay, so here, that is our answer. We cannot use one of these for both. It says so right there. So for one of these, I'm gonna plug a USB port in, and for the other one, I'm gonna go from, we're gonna go from the Octopus. We're gonna use the Octopus in USB to CAN bridge mode and plug it into here. Now, the Octopus is a pain in the neck to do this with, except I have the connector that will let us do it because I made one. So for one of these, we will plug the CAN port from the Octopus into here, and it'll go out to through the connector, and we'll do 24 volts in. And then the other one will be USB in, 24 volts in, and it'll go out the thing. I wonder if it would be dumb or smart. If it would be dumb or smart to jump the 24 out on one of these to the 24 in on the other one. I bet you it would be fine. These are all fused too, so I can go straight to the power supply on those. I bet you that would be fine, and I think I will, just to clean up ultimately the number of wires. So with that in mind, we have 8 minutes until we're giving away some Polymaker filament. I want to keep reminding you, get your entries in. Just dropped a thing over here I don't want to lose. So let's put that there. Eclipse, thanks for being a member. Octopus board still very flexible. Yeah, let me grab that adapter since we're going to be playing around with that stuff. It's here in my blue V2, but if I do need it for this, I won't need it for this build because we're using USB. Yep, there it is. We won't need it there, so I'm going to grab it. So I went searching a while back for can we get enough distance here? This camera. If you're using the bridge mode, do you need the other one? I'm using the bridge mode. The other board? Yes, because everything's set up. There we go. There, that's kind of the area. And let's just go ahead and pull this out so that gets out of the way. So I made this little guy. So this is just what is that? That's an RJ. EBB, is that for a CAN bus connection? It's either. So these EBB boards are compatible with both, but this is an RJ14, right? RJ11 is just 4. Right? Is that right? This one is 6, potentially 6 conductors. Only 4 are plugged in. So this guy plugs in here. I found an old phone cord. RJ12, that's it. Thank you. This is actually RJ12, but do you go that way or that way? Okay, I have to see it. Why aren't you going in there? You went in the other one. Just not getting the angle. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So, and I colored, you can kind of see the color on there. There's yellow and green that are high and low or low and high. Is it RJ12 or RJ14? RJ11 is 4. That's a regular phone jack. This is the 6 conductor though. And 8 conductor is RJ45. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We only needed 2 and I plugged them in. 12 is 6, okay, RJ12. So that's gonna go there. And if we take this, let's get this out of the way too. Let's minimize the amount of things we're tweaking on in here. Yeah, it's an RJ12 to JST-XH that I made. And if it doesn't really matter which of these we choose, but if this is the out, and while we're here, let me grab my red Sharpie. We have got 4 more minutes until we're giving away filament, but let's grab the red Sharpie and mark the positive side of those. It just makes it so much easier when I'm doing things. Okay, so if we set these up and I flip these, so I should be able to go out to in, and this will be my can, because that's nice and close. I'll just loop this down to the can, and this will be the USB one. See ya, Bill. Have a good one. Oh, we got plenty of people here. Thank you. I appreciate it. We got folks. So if I do that, I like that idea. It doesn't take up a whole lot of space here. These can just go back to back, right like that. Hey, John. Okay. And actually, I'll probably flip that around, because it's not as easy to just run this down there. It'd probably actually be easier to run it down and have a little bit of length on that cable. So I might flip these around. And that also kind of helps with the USB cable too. Going straight here and in here isn't as easy to wire manage as taking a loop around into the other side. So I think that's what we're gonna do. These can go together. Probably has to move down this way a bit. Oops, we do have a conflict, so we might play around with how this goes. Maybe the bottom one is CAN and the top one is USB, because I need to be able to get this guy here, and that gets in the way of that. So that's not gonna work. That's okay. But that also means that if we do, let's start playing around with how these go. If we do this, and that is our octopus. It's in place and pretty clean. One more minute until we're giving away some Polymaker filament. And then, so this will come over and just plug in here, or we'll flip it around and it'll plug in the other side. It doesn't really matter. Can you rotate the Pi 180? Oh, sure. Oh, sure. That would be fine too. Any of those options are fine. Well, maybe not, because my USB cable here is at its edge of travel. So I think that's my limiting factor, looking at it a little closer. This is the USB cable for the camera, and I don't know that it would fit as well. Yeah, it wouldn't fit over here. So it's got to go over here. Love having a Manta M8P with CM4 on my Trident. No space needed for Pi. It's just on this Manta board. Those are fine. This is just what I have on here. Okay, Polymaker filament giveaway. We're going to be close to on time today. Let me grab a wheel of names. And here. And let's get rid of all these names. I would have thought you could go direct with can. Go direct, what do you mean? I could, but the cable here, I've got this overmolded cable. I would have to do something else with the cable. This plugs right into the board they provide. So since this is an introduction for me and showing you guys the Gen 2 boards, it makes sense to install them in the way that it comes. So, new product. I like just going through their kind of mostly intended setup. I'm not sure they intend you to loop the power here, but I think it'll be fine. I don't see any reason why not. Okay, let me bring up the form. How many people do we have and how many likes did we hit? We did hit 50% likes. 260 people. Just because we hit 50% doesn't mean you should avoid hitting the like button. I finally went through because I was being very lazy about responding to video comments. I got way behind. I went through last night and responded to all of them. I do appreciate those that leave comments because I think it's supposed to make a difference in the way that YouTube promotes the thing. But let's see. Back here, and let's go to here, and here, and there. So I'm going to start the countdown. 3. You always like each stream twice. Well, that doesn't help me at all, questionable choices. It needs to be 3 times. You can do it 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 even, if you want. If you're feeling really spicy, 13. But never 2. Never 4. Oh, we got one. 3. 3. It does depend. You're right. If you do it twice, 1 on each account, then... Hey, Howie. 2. 1. Be odd. Yes, that is good advice. Be odd. There, we got one. 3, 2, 1. We get one more. How are we doing on likes? How many more likes did we get? Well, we got quite a few more. A few more people, a few more likes, a few more subscribers. When YouTube doesn't promote the stream, subscribers don't come. It's existing viewership, people that wander in. It'd been super slow, but that's okay. Okay, let's see. Did we get any more? Yes, we got a couple more. Final countdown. 3, 2, 1, and done. Done. Okay. Link it out. I was thinking about this. We're talking about regular viewership and stuff, and it would be interesting if there was a way to, like, if Wheel of Names could handle it, It would be neat if I could just use the same spreadsheet every time. Then every time, every stream you view that you don't win, I would remove a name at that point. I would just reuse it, and in accumulation, you get more chances over time. But it doesn't support that. And I don't know if there's something I'm not thinking of that makes that a bad idea, but it's something I was thinking about. GJ, you were first. And who got in the last one? Hey, Jared, how you doing? You got right in there. Let's copy that. Paste. And scroll up here. Okay. Shh. Well, you wouldn't have been called out if you had been on the ball and entered earlier. You know I call out the last entry. I don't know, Marcel. I already scrolled out of there. If you were near the end, I don't see your name. And if it's Marcel Hofstra, it doesn't look like you made it. But if you were earlier, I don't know. I'm not going to go searching for it. Let's do, since the extra spicy number there was 13, let's do a number between 1 and 13. 1 and 13. Between 1 and 13. GDPR EU data privacy laws? How would that be different than the other? 1, 2, 2. Don't know. Mitchell Patterson, you said 7. Let's do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Spin. Spin, spin, spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? Zwirble. Zwirble. Are you here? This is a worldwide audience, so I have to pay attention to concerns globally. So, Zwirble, are you here? Congrats. Definitely rigged. Why? What would make that rigged? Zwirble, you have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Are you here? What makes that rigged? Shenanigans? Is this a display name versus account name that I'm not connecting? I don't recognize Zwirble as a name. Rigged because I didn't win. Zwirble, you have a minute. Badmouth, welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Am I just missing you, or missing it when you type? Welcome. Just messing around. Zwirble. Are you here? You see my name in the list, totally rigged. Let's see. Oh, well, okay, well. I guess I don't get to click without getting rid of it. That's okay, I remember it. Zwirble. Might not matter, you got 30 seconds. 30 seconds or join the Polar Ted Club. Zwirble, zwirble, zwirble. Zwirble. Nope. Zwirbble's a Polar Ted Club member. Sorry, Zwirble. Enter again next time. Let's see. Let's do number between 1 and 14. Huh? You know, I don't know. I'm sure it's happened. 1 in 14. Hi, Stacy. It was rigged to pick someone who wasn't here. 1 in 14. Let's see. Zaxman 3D, you said 5. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? Zarp! That's hilarious, because I scanned by your name and I was going to use your number. And I don't know why I decided not to. Maybe I didn't like it. I think it was 7, right? Zarp. Zarp. I know you're here, but you have to say something in chat. Post name being picked. Congrats. Okay, let me get this in here. There we go. Congratulations. Let me go to me draft email. I know, the name thing, I get it. It's here to stay. If it bugs you, there's ways of changing your account name. There's that. The Z Names Club. Yeah, that's right. Zwerdling and Zarp. Zwerd. What was the other one? Swordhang isn't right. Won't tell you why though. Okay, Zarp, you should have an email. If you do not get this email, let me know. I've kind of my email thing has been frustrating and it's been difficult for me to focus on it, but I think I have a plan going forward. I just need to purchase a email service of some sort. A service that includes email that I can tie everything to. It's your second win. Second Polymaker win recently. If they kick it back, let me know. I'm not allowed to change it to the name you want. Anyway, congrats, Zarp. Let's get back to it. Let me clean up all the things. Unpin the message. Come on, don't undo. Come on, undo. I think Sandy put a link on Steve's Discord for changing. Yeah, there is one. Yep. The demarc stuff is the problem. But the way I have it set up is apparently not ideal to begin with, so I just need to get it correct. You got the email. Awesome. Let me delete this from the description. Happen to be here for the giveaway. I'm off now. See you, John. See you, Andres. See how it is. You don't win, so you leave. I get it. Okay, that's moved over there. That's all done. That can go away. Let's go back here. Okay, so let's see. Power and signal output interfaces, including communication signal output in 24. So that's what this is. Interface descriptions. This is all fine. To connect a power supply, simply use the provided wires. What do we have here for provided wires? They provided some wires. They provided, looks like a pretty decent little, relatively short USB cable. Oh, well, that's nice. You know, they do provide these, but they don't provide any of the types of connectors you would use. I think appropriately sized ferrule would be useful, and ring terminal for the, I mean, just the, whatever the size is for these would be fine. But, oh, that has to go. Oh, that's stretch, so that has to go right there. That's fine. So anyway, but it is nice to have just some regular wire here. I don't know why, but I've noticed on all of these, they do tin the ends. I don't know if it's just to control fraying, but we're gonna cut the very end off, and then we'll work on the rest. So if that goes like that, see, right, like, oh, that has to go, what do we got here? This is out. Oh yeah, so that just loops around here to in. Oops. Don't need to see me. Let's see the printer. And this is probably a better view than the close-up cam for this. So here to here. Right, out to in. Actually, in to out to in. So we're gonna go that way. That way we're just right here. A quick question, can I use a regular wire left over from Voronbomb to set up CAN bus, or do I need a special wire to work? Are you talking about the signal wires? Eclipse, thanks for the gifted memberships. Thank you. I have given away all of the ones that I'm allowed that YouTube gives me for free this month. So, mostly just say that for as an out loud acknowledging. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Thank you, Eclipse. So see what I have that I might not need anymore, because I have some distribution blocks up here, and all of this is a little messier than I want. So we're gonna do some cleaning up of this. Is in the way. So let's do that. We've got this. We're just gonna do some real cleaning up. This guy here. Let's get these out of here. These are our main power. Or you could just purchase one, because I could just, oh, I could. 22 or 18 gauge, I believe, I made some of the fan connectors with them. So some of the stuff with some of these cables, they are shielded. And if you're going to make your own and use your own, it does work. This printer, I had basically the mellow bare wires, but I did twist the signal wires just to help. Hey, Kittrell. Free Pueblo Red with the purchase of anything else. Just be sure to put Pueblo Red in your cart. Nice. Yeah, you can do your own. You're not going to get the shielding that you get from some of these. But I have had success with doing my own too. Tulip gantry. Probably not in the plans, and not anything to do with but just my plans are out like 3 months right now. So beyond that, I don't know. Right now, I don't have plans, but it could come up. Okay. Let's see what else I have going on. I've got all of these. Where does this go? Oh, that's just looping those two. I may not need so many connections, so I might change up some of this, because basically, where did all of these go? I have one connection here. I have no other grounds hooked up. Those all go here. I don't think I need this thing. At least not in this configuration. It's 2 3s. I mean, in the setup I have as right now, I only need one. This is all fused, so I'm going to run this just directly to the power supply. In fact, I don't need this at all. I just need power. So if I get rid of this, I can just take this all the way out and just run a ground directly to the power supply. So I don't think I need this anymore. Okay. Don't need that. This is going to go up to there, and this is all... Those might have to go across there. This is all cleanup stuff at this point. I think this is what is going to be our effective use of time right now, is just kind of clean this up, figure out our wire routing, so we can get on to hopefully powering it up next stream. I'm gonna get Vivid when it comes out. I would love an off-the-shelf clipper AMS. If I got a Vivid, I don't know what printer I would put it on is one problem. I mean, my box turtle is working fine. So I have free output on the power supply, use a power supply. Yeah, I have plenty of free outputs on the power supply. So I'm gonna run this ground directly to the board, and then I'll run the next set of wires into the input of one of these, and that's it. Power gets simplified in here by quite a bit. I would use the Wagos instead of loop the EBs. There's no reason, I don't think there's any reason not to loop the EBBs. So I'm gonna do it. Hey Toxoid. Oh, Toxoid, check this out. This whole thing here. Oh, that's because I had a drawer out. Because I'm sticking off the edge, my Lazy Susan isn't quite perfect here, but I revised the umbilical here, so it doesn't stick out the back, which I gained like 20 millimeters of exclusion zone on the corners. And then have the makings of a new dock specifically for these Vitali idlers, but this goes like that. Oh, shoot. Little indexing tabs. So this goes like this, and this one goes like this. So this is my dock now. 4 screws holding it on. Just needs a little bit of tweaking. I got it close, but we're running into lead screw interference. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased. I'll have it refined by next stream, and we'll be using these. But in the meantime, we're using the other ones. What filament is your dark gray parts from? This is KVP Graphite. No guarantees on the quality of KVP Graphite you may order if you were to get it right now is the problem. This is all old stock rolls. Secures right to the idler. Yep, there's 4 threaded holes, two on the top, 2 on the bottom. When I had it on there earlier, it was rock solid. It didn't move at all. But I had my measurements a bit off for where it could go for the positioning. Positioning was just almost Okay, let's zoom out and continue cleaning up. This is important stuff. Let's clean up the wiring. It's pretty close to Paramount Graphite Gray. Yeah, it's KVP Graphite, so I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I gotta refresh where I'm at. This is in. So we are going to go here. Let's do this. Makes height fixed, but that should work with the right measurement. No, I have 2 millimeters of vertical adjustment. That's why I put these dimples in there, and they are slotted here so that it keeps it from rotating this way. It just gives me 2 millimeters of vertical adjustment. Okay. Now it is specific. The problem is it's specific to the Vitali idlers. I'm okay with that. This is my build, so I want to actually make this come straight off this way. So I'm going to cut these to basically like that. That ought to do. With the power supply you have on the printer, you have enough power for 2 tool heads. I think I do. I'm gonna do something similar to make MM with milled all-wheel drive on my, what's MM? Milled Quad XY. Ooh, I am getting low on the spade terminals. Or fork terminals. Madman. What's Madman? What's Madman? Mad Max. I didn't want to assume. Okay. Go. This is going to go that way, which means this goes right like this. Yeah. Go. Okay, and then, just because I can, if you notice the crimp warming these up just a little bit, gets rid of that. There's no reason to do it. No reason at all. It's just cool that it does it. Hey, John. Those are a 2-hand crimp thing. That's why I push it into the bench. Considering making a proper frame, should I stick with 2020 or should I go 30-30? Bonus info, it's running a 2.75 millimeter filament. Slightly modded Creality Sprite extruder. It sounds like you're in full-on custom printer territory there. You're making lots of modifications. It is purely cosmetic, 100%. Those go there. A little bit. I need to tighten up that. I need to put something in here to tighten up the power supply. It's one big mod. Yep. A little clear cover that meanwhile does sell for these power supplies. Not a bad idea. Do a printed one or this. These are super cheap though if you're already ordering something from DigiKey or whatever. Okay, and then we're going to give this a little bit of extra. Across there and right into there. Oh yeah, it's definitely good to, if you've got things you can modify things instead of having to come up with it completely from scratch. This is chunky wire. If I have enough of this, do I have enough? I might reuse, no, I don't have enough. I'll just leave the wires I have. It's silicone wire, but let's see. I need a couple of barrels. See if these will even fit on there. Let's see, what gauge is it? Does it say? Oh, there's labeling. It is either 18 or 16, but from the size of it, I suspect this is 16. Which means my ferrules here, oh, they fit. Cool. I think it's 16 gauge, but it is fitting in these 18 gauge ferrules. And I did that wrong. Doop, ba-doop. There we go. Okay, and then put these up. Hold this. Don't just tighten on these. It is a good idea to keep a hold of them. Go. So now we have power going to that. Then we have to just loop it. So if we loop it just like that. Need a whole lot of wire here. Oh, which means I need 4 more. One, 2, 3, 4. I probably have about 980 left of each of these colors. Death Cube, welcome. Do you really just, your flight, did it go smooth? No major issues, that's good. Shut the door. What size are these fuses on here? Is there any? I think they come with an extra. Let's see. What? Holy moly. 10 amp. So they're 10 amp fuses. 2 10 amp fuses. Okay, so that's going to go there. Okay. Pull this out. Just kind of figure out. I'm intent on rebuilding the micron to R1. It's a good idea. R1's a good update on that. Just gonna do something like that. It's gonna kind of bend in underneath. I just don't want it to be so short I don't have any options later. So let's cut that right there. Pretty good flight. Slept most of it. Nice. Not a very long one. You going to Smurf this year, Neil? Or next year, I guess I should say. I booked my hotel, but I have not yet booked a flight because the prices weren't anything special. So, waiting to see what happens with pricing. I mean, now is a good time to be checking it. So I don't know if it could be a good time to be checking is what I should say. Would they potentially be low or would they be high right now? Or unavailable. I don't know. Oh, awesome. Oh, what was that? Were you responding to Greenbeard or responding to me? With me, my wife, and dog are going. Oh, forgot to mention I won't be going to Formac, now flying to Newcastle the same week. Oh! Well, have fun. Well, I see you at Formnext. I didn't read any of that when I had asked you about Formnext. I mean, well, I see you at Smurf. Oh, come on. There you go. Oh. There we go. Okay. Those are there now, and that kind of tucks under. Keep it out of the way. Now they include a USB cable, which we are going to go into this one. It's not too bad. We can do a little loop-de-loop. Loop-de-loop. Let's go. Actually, let's go here. Oh yeah, That'll be just fine. So that's our, yep, that looks good. And then we need to just make a, so that's, the top one here is USB. So this is tool, so that's the one that's not been routed through. And this one, we need to plug here into the CAN port down here. And this is tool 0, which has been looped through. This will come around and plug in right here. So basically, let's see, is there anything going on up through here? No. So this is gonna come up on the other side of that stuff. Maybe I can start getting some loops of zip ties in there. There's still some proper dodging. Oh. This, these fit. Oh. These are too wide as zip ties. Find some slimmer ones. My zip tie organization is absolutely abysmal right now. Absolutely abysmal. I think these might work. Let's see. Yeah, these will work. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that goes there. Just get it. There we go. Don't you wish to mod Tridex with reverse electronics mod? No. I don't really have anything against it. I just don't, I just don't, where does this go? Oh, that goes up to the, it's there, okay. I just don't want to run it. I don't mind this, putting the printer on its side. I don't have super huge printers though either, so. Okay, this is gonna have to come down here. And these are gonna have to go up and around here. Kinds of stuff. This is just a mess. It needs to be better. It needs to be better. Let's take this off because this wire needs to completely change. Okay, so those can come here. This one is going to come around here. It's because all of these are not quite long enough. It's a problem. It's because the board change. The character from the animated Aladdin movie, Abba Small. What are we talking about? Did I miss a thing? Did I miss a thing? Okay. This comes up and around here. Let's do We were talking about your zip ties. Oh. Abysmal. Oh. Okay. I get it. Abysmal. Abysmal. Is that really why? Is that why that character was named that? I didn't even ever think about that. That's a broken zip tie, I think. It doesn't want to click. Oh, that's that's right. So this this printer is running a PT100 thermistor in the bed. So I have a Max 31865 step stick adapter in here. I don't want to get you sidetracked, so I can go back and forth if you want. Did you have a problem with the USB touch connection with the wave share and the stock R1 mount? No, I mean, nothing I've been doing. Well, I guess stock mount is, I guess, the first question I would have. Which is the stock mount? But of the setups I've done, hey buddy. Of the setups I've done, I don't recall having any issues with that. Oh, I do too, Andrew. I can't remember the example. Oh, but I do funny things with names as well. What's this? Okay, so that just has to come straight down. There's so much of this wire length is all centered around that that mellow board that I had in here. That's why things are screwy. BAX. Okay, so this is actually a Y now. This can plug into the next one. We're going to be having all kinds of fun fixing the firmware on this, or the configuration, I should say. What are you trying to go for? Oh, the stock Micron R mount. I don't remember any issues with that. Did I come up with anything when I did the build? I don't remember anything. Spiderweb. Okay. I guess it's not hurting anything. So I'll come around here and I'll link these wires if I need to. I'm not going to delete it. I will edit it because there's things in here that I need. The PT100 config for one. Okay, so that's there. This is going to come across here. So one over here. This is going to end up coming across here too, but this will be loose enough that I can sneak things past it and just there. The big motivation I have right now is I want to see how this routes plugs in. If I take this all the way down, this one's going to have to go because it's not big enough. Zip tie has to go. I take this down and around. This is tool 0. Tool 0 is can, so it comes down here, plugs in like that. And that's fine. That's not too bad. It'll tie up around here. Get a little bit of a coily mess of stuff around here, but I think that's kind of unavoidable. My eye is starting to itch. I don't know why. I'll go take an allergy pill. Okay, so that is that one. Where is this? This is end stops. And one of these is Z, which is gonna have to be changed out because it's gonna have to be lengthened, the wire lengthened and everything, because I'm gonna run nudge in a different location. So, okay. So now this comes up through here. Is there plenty? Yeah, so I'm gonna cut this off and put a crimper ground wire on. The board ground. Well, that was a waste. I don't have a lot of those to waste. Ain't happen. Come on. Mid-build. This is mid-build. There we go. Go. I think P5100 now is P1000 easier and readily available. Well, remember that this printer has its originations over 4 years ago. This was the basis of this was the first printer I streamed on YouTube. So down, plenty of slack. It'll go into this little thing. And then this guy needs to be, I think it's going to need to be longer. This can come down pretty tight there, but it might need to be extended. To be comfortable with it, I think it should be just a little bit longer. So let's see what I have for longer versions of that. Caesar, congrats on your filament win. I had Kinovo make a custom heater pad for this printer that has a PT100. It also, I don't know if you can tell from maybe this view, I installed it offset specifically for the little screws I'm using for the bed locating on the Prusa sheets. So I installed it offset, sized and offset. It's not edge to edge, but it hasn't really been a problem. So, yeah. Okay, what else? Okay, let me see what I have for ground or power red wires I can use for that power. Let's see, other wire. Is it in the other wire or the miscellaneous wire? Aha. One of these will do, or this, or this. What size is that? That's not big. What is this? No, not that one. One of these will do. This over here. What size are these? Are they labeled? I think it's 18 gauge. Should be fine for the main board power. I don't see any label, but it feels and looks like 18 gauge. It's not 20, so it's got to be 18. Oh no, this goes, oh yeah, one side goes here. The 18 gauge spot in on the stripper worked perfect. Where did that go? Somewhere, didn't it? I'll find it later. Oh, no, there it is. Here. Let's go in here. Okay, I was just trying to be clever with getting more wire in there, but we'll start over. I don't think it needs it. It's the right size. I don't know why I'm doing that. It doesn't really matter, but it's fun. That's where it can go. This goes here. Oh, sorry for the... Holt's got to run. See you, Holt. Thanks for hanging out. Well, that was dumb. Need more wire. It's going to be easier to do it from this side than any other side. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now there, there, and just make sure I have plenty of wire in case I want to move this around. Go through our Or I can just go all the way up and around and into here. Yeah, that'll be enough. Hey, Kevin. All that hot sauce and egg talk, I had to make a couple breakfast burritos. Nice. Okay. So I can take this, take it up through here. Come on. There. Oh, you're pulled. Oh, shoot. Wires. They go wherever you don't want them to. Put that in there and close that. There we go. Okay, that'll end up running through some of those, but for now that is okay. See you, Bob. I will probably be off of here by the time you get back. We don't have too much longer to go on here. We'll see. How many people do we still have here? There we go. We're doing good on people, still 200 people. We have more likes than people right now? No way. Okay, so this is here, so what I should do is run the other side. So I have this guy and this guy, so this comes up, all the things, there we go. It's kind of, oh, that's barely, so that would be, yeah, that should be X. Some of the lengths on some of these are just not ideal set up. So that's going there. This is going to go through here. Let's see. I'm just going to pull this on just to hold it. Go. This is annoyingly tight. Can I just shift all this down a little bit? I might replace this wire. It's just not the right length for the, it's running kind of tight through here. Might replace that. Yeah. Well, but we can run this guy through. If I can get it through this spot. Go. See you, Jackie. Okay, so that's there. Now, this only has to go to there. But I don't really want to cut these. Can I do something like send it up behind all this? send it behind this and loop it around the power supply because it's got to plug in on this side anyway. Oh, that's a problem right there. That's got to plug in right there, and that USB cable is right there. I've got to figure out a solution for that. Might have to find a right angle USB to go into the octopus here in order for that to work. This whole thing can move down a bit too. Might just be able to do that. And that's plenty of room there now. This doesn't have to be right here. It can go down a bit. I don't think there's anything that's going to tighten that up and make that a problem. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I'm gonna go up and around this way with this. A little high, go behind the stepper. Probably put in a tie over here just to anchor that. And then I can go into these things. And then across here and into that. So then this will just come up and around here. What do you think? That'll work. Got to make sure that that gets zip tied into this anchor that's right below to strain relief that. Yeah. Pull this off because that's putting, I want to put a different loop on this, putting a little bit of strain on that. So if I go here, loop it around that way, that gets rid of the strain. I think. Okay. See you, Toxoid. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Let's finish off the stream with, before we forget, making sure we have the jumpers set correctly on the tool headboards. So with most of this kind of tucked, let's turn this back upright and get a look at the tool headboard jumpers. There we go. You are still here. You are still here. Okay, so pull these off and put this off for now. Keep that right there. So now let's bring up the documentation. I think right here is what we want. So voltage fan. So let's open that image in a new tab. There we go. Haha, we can see. So let's look at each of these. There we go. Okay, so we have voltage on the fans. So these are all 24-volt fans. So grab a jumper, and V in is right there. Right, like that. And then voltage for fan 2. Those are Were those little, those are vendor fans? What voltage were those? Shoot. I don't remember noting that. Did I note what the voltage on those were? Because that's gonna suck to figure out otherwise. Yeah, heat sinks need to go on there too. We can do that. Was the little 2510 fan, is that a 5 volt or 24 volt? I might be able to. Those were vendors, which means I would have ordered them. Let me bring up my West 3D order history. Thanks, Jeremy. My account. I'll have to see what I ordered. Is there a search? Gallery, oldest to newest. Oh boy, this might be fun. 13 items on this order. A search in the orders would really be nice. This wouldn't have been that long ago. Might have been really, oh yeah, it was really recent. I ordered 24 volt, 2510. So those are 24 volt. Okay. 24 volt, 2510 Berserker vendor fans. And let's just get a bunch of these jumpers up here. Well, I mean, that would be the napping way. But the smart way, which is not usually the napping way, we know that, right? Would be to set it to 5 volts and see if it works. Okay, fan 2 is the other side. Okay, well this is interesting to pay attention to. So these are the 3 ones for fan 0. You jumper these 2 for voltage in, and these 2 for 5 volts. Well, the fan 2, it's these 2 for 24 volts or voltage in, and the other 2 for 5 volts. So pay attention. Those go close to each other. No 19 extra volts. Okay, where else? We have the other one on this side. This is 24 volts, so it's 2 right there. And then this is CAN, so we have the CAN 120 R jumper here. This is the end device in our CAN network, so we want that there. And then did we figure out USB or CAN selection? Is it jumper it for CAN or jumper it for USB? Let's see if the docs say. Let's go down here. Fan interface, thermistor interface, RGB interface, communication. Here we are. USB mode is no jumper, CAN mode is install jumper. Because of trace routing. Yeah, I'm sure. This thing is such a dense board. It's just pay attention to the docs. This one is USB mode, no jumper. CAN mode, install jumper. So we're going to install that jumper. If you select CAN bus, then please note there is an optional 120R termination resistor on the tool board, which can be used if this is the last device in the CAN bus physical network. Both require the use of the adapter board. Never connect both the CAN interface and the USB interface at the same time, otherwise you may cause damage to your host device. Using the USB interface, simply connect the USB-C port. Using the CAN interface, then make use of the JST-XH port. In both cases, 24 volts will also be required. Okay. So last jumper on this one is right there. Now, do they say anything about heatsink locations? Motor interface, switch interface, motor grounding and mounting holes. The toolboard features connections to the ground rail via 100K resistors on each mounting hole. Interesting. The toolboard features connections to the ground rail via 100K resistors on each mounting hole. These are essential to assure that any static charge that builds up in the motor is dissipated before it can develop into an ESD spike. Would that be strike or spike? Which may cause an MCU reset and affect printing. To take full advantage of this feature, ensure that you use conductive mounting between the toolboard and the motor chassis. If you do not have a conductive mounting, then consider running a cable between the toolboard mounting holes and the motor chassis using a wire with crimped ring terminals on either end. So these had come with something. Maybe it wasn't here. I had a toolboard that came with a little black wire with a ring terminal on the end. I don't know where that went. I just saw it yesterday. I don't think these were the ones that did that. It might have been a EBB or a LDO board or something. And then configuration. So it doesn't say where, so we can probably take some good guesses on where these heat sinks go. But it comes with 1, a 2, and a 3. These are the heat sinks it comes with. Yes. Got Oscar again. So the TMC right there. The MCU is there, and then there was a, I think that's the USB port in the middle there. Is that where the itty bitty one goes? I don't know what that is. That looks like a little MOSFET or something chip. Does this fit in there? Yeah, fits in there. And then they would say, I don't know if the MCU really needs one. We can do all that. It's just my real question is, which of those two chips gets the little red heatsink? And is it really going to matter? Let's see if we can get some clarification on that before I use those up. Here's one problem. It's really easy. It's really easy to accidentally twist the wire on these on your umbilical when you can take the tool head off. You forget which direction you rotate it. Yeah, we got an Oscar who's looking for attention. Okay, let's get the jumpers on this one. Make sure I have the active reference because I don't trust my memory. So on this side they were towards each other, and because it was weird. Should only need 3 jumpers on this one because we're doing USB, so I just need 1 more jumper. This side is to the inside. Okay, so that is all the jumpers needed on this one. I'll see if I can get some clarification on where the little red heatsink goes before I put it on. but the rest of that looks pretty good. There we go. Look at that. We got 2 tool heads with wiring. Maybe temporary, but I like the Lazy Susan. That is useful. It does make it a little more difficult to get things out of the way, but I never see how a USB interface chip would need a heatsink. Fan driver MOSFET. These fan drivers take almost no power. I wouldn't be surprised that it's intended for the USB chip, but I don't know. I've only have what Phil had mentioned. So I'll see if I can get some clarification from Big Tree Tech Direct. We do have some pretty good, we can probably figure out which of these chips is which. Probably kind of see what they are. But. Okay, so tool heads are on, umbilicals are ran, docks, these would work. If we were to continue the build with this, these docks would work just fine. I'd like to use the ones I designed. I like them. I can gain, especially if I move my, at least the 2, I probably won't bother with the rear one. I'll just move the 2 front ones down 10 millimeters, and then that'll give me all the clearance I could possibly need for these. I'm just gonna put some spacers. I'm gonna print some 10 millimeter spacers to go right below that. And it might even be 13 millimeter spacers, so I can use 25 millimeter fasteners instead of 12s. But I need to go about 10 millimeters down, so can't go. I don't think it would be effective or good to go less than that. I can go less. I can go less. I'll just cut this off a little shorter. So I'll make it work. So I'm not going ridiculously long on that adapter. I might be able to do an 8 millimeter adapter and use a 20 millimeter fastener and cut 2 millimeters off the bottom of this, and that would be good. I have plenty of space down here to cut 2 millimeters off. No problem. Even with moving these down 3 millimeters. So let's see. Let's confirm that. It does 5. Yeah, that'll still be fine. Plenty of meat there. Plenty of meat there. Anyway, good progress. Next stream I'll put the new docks on, finish some wiring. I'll probably do some off camera cleaning up of wiring because that doesn't really, not super critical to this build. Goal would be to power it on next stream. Power it on next stream, get the basic homing, that kind of stuff working. And then that would give us another stream to configure, maybe one more stream to actually print type stuff. I don't want to rush it. I want to do a real print. So anyway, I am expecting to stream on Wednesday, but if you don't see it scheduled, it means I had stuff come up. We will be back here next weekend on this, but then the following weekend, which is the 23rd, I think it is, I will be not streaming because I'll be coming back, or I'll still be in Germany. So, yeah, with that, thank you very much everyone for hanging out. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away some filament. Thanks for the gifted memberships and super chats. Hope you have a good week. Those of you in the US, happy Veterans Day on Tuesday. And yeah, take care everyone. Enjoy the build. I will be everywhere at Formnext. If anybody pings me in the Poke Steve channel saying, hey, I'm here, then we can chat that way. Don't ping me directly. Ping me in the Poke Steve channel. But I will be all over the place there, Belphegor. Mostly, as long as the flights and stuff cooperate, I will be there most of Tuesday, most or all of Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I won't be there. I won't be at the show on Friday. So take care again, everyone. Enjoy the build.